All right.
Happy August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday when we were at City Hall West, and I kept panning straight over to that later.
All right, is the Ryan show.
Yeah.
Homer Simpson. Yay.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a nice weekend, and we're going to be back at it today. So we wanted to open today. We talked about at our last session, we were going to be prepared to kind of give a package proposal today, which we are prepared to do. We wanted to, prior to doing that, repropose a new proposal for specialty team, which we have already talked about. We just want to do a quick walkthrough of that. And then we had our working group over the last few days and went through and really talked about kind of the holes that we saw in the career development, that we wanted to make sure we had kind of filled those holes up, so that we had more of a complete product. That didn't change anything financially. So it wasn't a financial discussion. It wasn't a negotiation. It was just some discussion to add clarity to what the intent of that proposal was and make sure that the words had matched that intent. Because when we initially drafted it, there were just a couple little holes there that we went, "Ooh, this is a hole that does not follow the intent of what this proposal was meant to be." So we'd like to start, if you're okay with it, by presenting those two proposals. Then we're open to, if the city has anything that they would like to present, need to make any adjustments on, we're open to that. But then we would be prepared right away to bring our package proposal, our initial package proposal, and bring it out, present that. So
Great.
Our expectation with that is we probably have, I don't know if there'll be a lot of questions because it's all based around proposals that have already been presented, minus just the direct wage portion. So we also assume that there would probably be time needed to kind of take that back and digest and work through that. So when we get to that point, we'll kind of look at the day and just decide what we think is the best option moving forward. All right, great. So we're going to go into the shared negotiation folder for 7.1 and go to union proposals first, as it's trying to refresh my page. Actually did. So this is a specialty team pay. And when we presented this proposal initially, our goal was to kind of make some adjustment to the specialty team pay from a flat rate to a percentage. And that our goal really was to try to capture where we started with and the increase in training and call volume and the workload associated with the specialty team pay that in theory had been constantly devalued over 20 years without having an adjustment into it. So that initial proposal had a 5% base, and then it also had the longevity piece built into it. When we presented that number, as far as costing, came out to be a little bit larger number than we expected it to be. And so we wanted to kind of make an adjustment. Our goal with all of this, with our whole package proposal, was really trying to fit within a framework that we came up with that we think will present kind of some of that framework, but trying to be good stewards of, here's a reasonable framework we think we should be within. Let's try to calculate costing of all of our proposals in order to fit within that framework. And so this is the adjustment that we made to us. So what we had done is we struck the longevity pay increase out of the proposal and did just a flat 5% base into that. And that also kind of follows along with our a lot of our programs, for example, the paramedic, that if you turn it into a percentage, there is kind of an automatic movement of that. And so we feel like that encompasses some of the longevity portion of it as well. So very basic, but we have just adjusted to a 5% flat base on that proposal. Then if we go back into the shared folder and go to the union counter proposals, this is where we've dropped the career development. It is in there. I am going to open. Actually, that one will work.
This one is encounter.
Yes, this one is in counter.
Navigating.
So for this draft, and again, just to kind of clarify, we got together, talked about this with the chiefs. Obviously, Chief Gervais was not there. We had Chief Zimmerly and Chief Lewis in the room with Chief Hummel as well, really to kind of just process through what this looked like, and again, trying to match the intent. So the number one change that we made, we kept most of the language that was presented from the city in the top blue section there, but we changed biennially back to annually. And that was just to make sure that it follows with what we're doing now, and it allows progression to happen. And it doesn't really increase a progression as far as the number of people. It just helps us to spread that progression more evenly throughout the years. And then if we scroll down to page 2, which is section F, there were some changes that we made there. Section F, the first sentence said shall, comma, when authorized. That was a language change presented by the city. I feel like it was good language change, so we changed it to may be assigned to carry out the duties of a position of a higher rank. We added and shall receive a 4% increase in base pay as designated in Appendix A pay schedules for the appropriate position they are able to swing up for. We felt that made sense, just to acknowledge that you weren't just swinging up, that you would be swinging up and then move and be associated with this pay scale. If you go down a little bit further, and I think you guys probably have our version that's got the comments on the side there. Mm-hmm. And so there's a part, and we highlighted kind of with a gray highlight there in the red language that we want to remove. And we're only removing it because we think it's redundant, and it was the kind of fire marshal division chief really spelling that out separately. And we feel like the language that is above and below that captures everything that we need for the language. Scrolling down to page 3 in the appendix, we added wildland to a couple positions under a captain. And that was just in reference to adding the wildland position. That's the one-man show over there at City Hall West. So no real change other than just making sure we were being consistent with that. Scrolling down to page 4. And again, this language here was all reflective of language that was initially proposed. Under section 3 of below the appendix, the last line that is highlighted says completion of working out a class WOC battalion chief or completion of the executive development program. So the executive development program is theoretically what we talked about when we were talking about leadership courses, and we actually talked about the city's leadership courses and where they were. When we had our working group, our goal is to, and we have task books. So same process. This would just be a task book that would be called the Executive Development Program Task Book. And our goal was really to look at the city's program and try to incorporate some of what the city is doing across all departments in leadership into that task book, and then also be able to add what is kind of department specific in that task book. So really kind of reaching out to make sure that we're as consistent as can be across the city, and we're taking advantage of the opportunity to work within and with other departments within the city and other employees within the city. We thought was also really important and a great goal to have with this. So that executive development program really would be focused on, we kind of called it the division chief model of getting somebody the leadership skills, the budgeting skills, the finance skills that would really provide them some mentorship and give them a path forward into some of the division chief positions, which we really feel like have kind of been lacking in our process from the line movement into those division chiefs. They really kind of have a separate movement and separate path. And short of the chiefs kind of individually, helping people and mentoring individual people, this gave us a little bit better path forward. So the development of that, the goal would be that executive development program helped the city as well. The city had a concern that swinging up to battalion chief, we would have too many people swinging up to battalion chief. And then they wouldn't be able to get the reps to be efficient at their job. So limiting that, but by limiting that, what we did is then create a separate path that allowed them to still have good movement in their career without having to just sit stagnant because there wasn't room for them to be able to be in that WOC BC. And then moving down a little bit further, we combined training into the day crew section. So we had a day crew section. Training had been kind of pulled out on its own, and it's because there were considerations of different paths. The consideration was really when somebody goes into a day crew position, there is, and we were calling it operational relevance, that there was a path that some people come into the division and we want them to come into the division, especially training. I'm going to keep kind of defaulting there, but we have really driven young firefighters that are the tip of the spear. We want them to come into training and help us to bring new methodology, new teaching, kind of the latest and the greatest in firefighting techniques, but we don't want them to have to stay in training forever. We want them to be able to move back out. So the goal there was that we had operational relevance path that they could just continue to stay within the captain or senior firefighter kind of WOC2 captain position and have the opportunity to do that, or they would have the opportunity to do the task book specific to that division. Then we looked at it and went, why would we create a model that allows that movement and then only allow for it to be in training? Prevention definitely could have the option of people that come into prevention that want to be there for a few years, that maybe help to change some programs, that maybe have a lifestyle that they want to be in training and then want to come back out of the line. They would kind of have that same option. They can either maintain operational relevance and go that path, or they would do the task book specific to the division. So that's the goal behind that, was consistency. And then within that consistency, Chief, one of the things that we talked about is for each individual division and these task books at each division we would have, as well as the operational relevance captain track, that our goal was a minimum of a 50% consistency between task books, which would really be the leadership traits of it, the internal documents, the discipline. That our goal is a low level goal of 50% and an upper goal of 75% of mirroring those across every division. And then the divisions themselves, chiefs within the divisions would help to develop what they felt was that additional 25% that really focused on that specific division. And the big hole that helped us to also fix was the ability to have movement in and out of divisions for day crew, and have more flexibility there. So that was the language behind it. Again, a lot of discussion kind of happened within that. And that discussion was just focused around, this was our intent to be able to be consistent and have these things. This was the end product that helped to get us there.
I really appreciate that discussion and having HR at the table, because I think this is across the city, something we're trying to level up in. So I think it's really cool that we got it.
Yeah. I'm really happy. Yeah. And the very last one that is there is the number 6. And this was just a grace period that allowed people to be able to, when they transition from a day crew to a line position, they're able to maintain while they're working on that last 25% piece, rather than them having to take a pay cut and then finishing their 25% and then going back to it. We would just give them a grace period, which allowed them to go in to that either to a division or vice versa, from a division back to a day crew position, and just have a grace period in there for them to work through that. And again, that was all part of the intent of this process of what we wanted to do. This was just how we laid it out. And I do want to be extremely open and clear. We had our meeting. We took notes on the meeting. We set the intent and the goals of the meeting. We then took that intent and drafted the language. And this all happened literally overnight. So we drafted the language that we felt matched the intent. We sent that language off to the other 3 people in the room to make sure that they felt like our words matched the intent and the goals we had during that day. So we have not had any feedback yet from those 3 individuals, but they have had it for hours. Yeah. So just wanted to throw that out there, that if there are some suggested changes, we're totally open to that.
Okay, thank you. Nice.
All right.
Couple of questions.
Yes.
The first one is with regards to deleting the fire marshal working on a class.
Yep. Yep.
So right now, what that language that was deleted does is it allows myself or Chief Bazan, well, I guess he would be gone, but it allows myself to work out a class if he's gone. So that's a carryover from previous, where we had an assistant fire marshal and stuff like that. So right now that language basically says, hey, if the fire marshal's gone, the assistant fire marshal, which we don't have anymore, or the assistant fire chief can act as that. We historically, I would say in the last 3 to 5 years, I have not taken that on, but by deleting this and just going to the language of the Captain 3, it does remove some of the city's, I'll say, abilities to allow me or allow the assistant fire chief support services to fill that role. So I don't know if that was the intent.
No, we were reading it as, just thought it was redundant. A Captain 3 would be able to fill up if it's only focused on you.
So the way it was written originally was that if the fire marshal was gone, right, that at that time it was the deputy chief of support services or a Captain 3 or a prevention captain could fill that fire marshal role. So that's the way this was intended to be written, was that the assistant fire marshal could still fill the fire marshal role, or a Captain 3 could fill the fire marshal role if the fire marshal's gone. Once again, we historically in the last 3 to 5 years really haven't used the assistant fire chief or the old deputy fire chief to fill Chief Bisagno's position. We've filled it with captains, but by striking this here, it would remove that ability for the assistant fire chief to fill that role.
Okay, so I could see the assistant fire chief, it would remove that potentially, because the first paragraph. That is in black and blue.
Yep.
Under F, the first part of the paragraph is in black and blue under F. We felt that language covered. Because captain threes are covered under this agreement.
Yep.
They may be assigned to carry out the duties of a position of a higher rank.
Yep.
So that captain three still has the ability to fill the rank.
Would agree.
And shall receive the base pay associated with it. Now the assistant slash Bizzano being able to fill up, he's not in the bargaining unit.
No.
So
So really the only fill was the fire marshal position. So the way this was written, in the absence of, so the comma is probably thrown us, in the absence of the fire marshal division chief, comma, the assistant fire marshal or the assistant fire chief or the captain three shall will assume the duties of the fire marshal division chief. So it's not that the captain three is going to fill the assistant chief's position. It's that the assistant fire marshal, the assistant fire chief, or the captain three would fill the fire marshal division chief position. So really the only WOC position we're talking about is the fire marshal division chief. And
But that's out of the bargaining unit, right?
the captain threes are in it,
Oh,
Correct.
but
so a three could swing up and we would want to cover that in the CLA, but we don't really care about management covering down, right?
Well, the big challenge would be is if we delete this language,
Okay,
is that somewhere along the way, somebody's going to say, hey, Assistant Chief Gervais, you can't act as Fire Marshal Bizzano. It has to be a captain three every time he's gone. So right now, the language allows me to fill Chief Bizzano's spot. And once again, I'm saying me because I'm in the role, but the Assistant Chief of Support Services can fill that fire marshal role, and the language allows that, and it's not, I'm gonna say not grievable, but it wouldn't be a grievable. The captain three in prevention could never say, well, the assistant chief of support services can't fill it because you have to give it to me.
Sure. So that's a very good perspective to have, because we didn't look at it at all from a command staff perspective. Do you think, and we can leave it in. I mean, this is not a if we feel there's value in it, then let's put it in. It doesn't hurt us. We pulled it because we said we think it's redundant. A member covered by this agreement may be assigned to carry out the duties. So I think because we're saying may instead of shall, that covers us, because that means that it's not a shall cover those duties. It's not a they have to be the one to do it. It says they may be the one to do it. But Chief, I do agree wholeheartedly that having language in the contract does prevent grievances from happening sometimes. If somebody goes, hey, it's right here, it says may, and I think it should be us, and we've been doing it, and the chief hasn't done it in 2 years. Well, this language still says they reserve the right. So
that was it. I will say this is a carryover from several chiefs ago who really wanted the ability to have. We wanted that position.
Yeah.
So I like I say it has not worked that way in several years. So I think let's just talk about it, and we'll talk about it on our end and see how big of a deal it is.
Okay.
Operationally, how it's working now, we're swinging up fire prevention captains into Chief Bizzano's role while he's gone.
Right.
Doesn't mean I can't help them, but I haven't taken on that official role when he's gone in many moons.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I say take it back and we'll chat about it if we want to do it. Yeah. We're amenable either way.
It's just a change is all I'm calling out. Like I say, I don't know that it's a bad change. It's just a change. And like I say, from my standpoint, if we remove that, I think there is an expectation of our members that a captain three would fill Chief Bizzano's role when he's gone.
Yeah.
Not me.
Right.
So.
One more question, Chief.
The only other question I had was operational relevance question. And this had to do with, I totally get what you're saying, that we don't want to pigeonhole training.
Mhm.
I will say training captains tend to be a little bit different from an operational relevance standpoint
Mhm.
because of their job, right? They are training our members on operational relevant tasks, where prevention, wildland, and logistics, it is a little less. Now,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean they can't come back, and we've certainly had members over the years do that. Do we then need to change anything else? Like, I'm just thinking out loud, like the other sections which allow training captains to take overtime shifts, things like that. If we're gonna say, hey, you have two paths,
Mhm.
and you can stay in the operational world,
Mhm.
do we need to make operational, not that we have a lot of
Yeah.
hour week
Yeah.
members that do that, but that was one of the ways to stay operationally relevant, right? For training captains was, hey, we'll let you take overtime shifts or whatever, or bid for overtime shifts.
Right.
Um, I guess I'm just thinking out loud. Is there,
Yep. Fair.
how does that, is there other things we need to can contemplate? And we don't have to, maybe we don't have to do it.
Yeah, so some of the conversation that we were having, and you're spot on, Chief. I mean, we had this conversation, was what is the reality of this happening? And it's a very slim to none reality. There was also a conversation focused around how would you even do that in some of those positions. Now, we're looking at, say, like logistics. It's a little bit more difficult to kind of have the time to maintain operational relevance. Because not only do you have to go through a task book, in order to get through that task book, you have to be able to work operationally. That's the only way you get through it. You have to work on an engine with a crew. To go through the academy, you have to have the time to not only go through the academy, which is 3 weeks long. So your division chief would have to be supportive of that process.
Yep.
It would be focused on operational personnel first, because we're in a position where we have a constraint of how many people can even go through that process. Obviously, we have to focus on the people that are in operations first. And then the second part of that was, in order to be successful through the academy, you have to be able to take week one in the academy. Then there's a break. Then you go operate and you take some of the tools that you have learned and you try to apply them, and you go through the trials and tribulations of that learning process. Then you come back to the academy. So it's a difficult path also for a lot of people to take. Our only discussion was, do we just leave it as an option if it makes sense for a specific person? But I see your point in there would have to be an ability for those individuals to get some of that training. And as of right now, it's not there.
Having lived that exact situation in another life, it's challenging.
Yeah.
I literally, what you're talking, I did. I went through the full officers development academy, got all the reps, came back to my 40-hour work week position. And it was very difficult to maintain currency and be relevant and just, well, I'm not, I think it's a good path, especially from the standpoint of incentivizing, I won't call them rotational positions, but almost a rotational role, right? If we do have a member that wants to come get experience in fire prevention or logistics or whatever, right there, or wildfire for that matter, I think there's a lot of value in that 40-hour position for 1, 2, 3, hopefully 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. Just from a return on investment, right? If you're shorter than 2 to 3 to 4, they're just getting spooled up. So I would say the division suffers a little bit, but we certainly have had a handful of people over the years come into those roles and come back to the line.
How about this, Chief?
And maybe maybe we don't need to complicate it. Maybe it's just enough to have the commentary and just say, I don't think the language that you have is bad. I just think it is going to be very challenging from an implementation standpoint
Mhm.
to think that prevention or logistics or wildfire maybe is a little
Yeah.
more,
Yeah.
right? Is a
Uh-huh.
little more eligible, more in line with training, just because they do still have an operational role.
Right.
They're still responding, right? So they could get reps on those wildfire centric responses, which they're responding to now, right? So, anyway.
Yeah.
Just
Perfect. Yeah, I think if
Yep.
you just take it back and have
Yep.
some more of that conversation, and then come back and let us know, that'd be great. All right, any other questions on the career development language?
The only other question that I guess I had was, sorry, one more question. Well, I think it's just pertinent in the sense of, so this was a counter to ours, so it took our language. What did it do with pay amounts? Did it go back to yours? Or
Yes,
did it keep
yes.
ours?
The proposal is with our pay scale still.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's the 3 and the 4.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I got booted from. I like how it does it mid-negotiation. It's totally fine.
It's
Just
always.
goes, no, I don't want you looking at this anymore. All right, well, we will move on. Cam, if you want to drop the first document into the folder for the initial draft proposal, package proposal.
May I interject? We did have costing on parental leave, if that is of interest.
Yeah, that's just right.
We did.
Yes,
Maybe we
do it here.
ought to
Yeah, yeah.
cover it.
Yeah.
Okay, we did get you the costing yesterday, but I thought maybe we should cover it for the record.
Yes,
If that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
great. That's because this is happening, so.
Hey, Ryan, do me a solid, man. So we did share this, wanting to keep things moving, knowing that today we would be talking packages. So in the information folder, I will just run through a slide deck that Carissa and Justin prepared on costing. So this is on the revised proposal that you all brought back, providing either 2 weeks for day or 2 tours for shift. For all that would be paid parental leave for union employees. We costed this out at approximately $192,000 annually. And a few notes on methodology as to how we got there. I very much appreciate the trust shared some numbers. We weren't able to get quite as granular on because it is fire and police in there. Our team went back in and were able to tease out only 3 years back. So you all provided a 10-year average. We were only able to look from the records we have on our side, a 3-year average. But it put birth rates among fire union employees at 17 per year. And that actually aligns with the CDC's Idaho fertility rate. So for the data nerds out there,
Yeah.
that's our methodology.
We're hitting the average.
We're hitting the average. Good job, fire. We then applied the just kind of the ratio of what we have in terms of day shift versus line employees, which is 1.7 day shift for every 15.3 line. We used an average composite pay rate for each of those employee groups. And then, of course, for the folks that are on the line, we know we've got to do a back time overfill. So the costing that we got to includes both the new paid leave component and then the cost of the backfill for folks that are on the line.
Perfect.
So there we go on that.
Awesome. And I think the numbers aligned pretty close with ours. There
With
was
what you had, yeah.
there was a slight difference in backfill because we didn't calculate exactly the difference. And then we used an average from the healthcare trust
Yep.
that was just based on a 10-year average, and we just split fire and police down the middle. because we could not
Couldn't
get,
see it.
yes,
Yeah.
any more information than that. So thank you for providing that.
You are welcome.
We appreciate it very much. All right, Cam, were you able to drop? I could get a PDF maybe. Nope, I got the word one. Okay, cardio was drop it. I mean, we're just trying to drop the thing. Yeah, stand by. Why I don't want that. Stand by. Got it. Solid work, Con. Get PDF on there. All right, so
Did you put it in union?
union proposal, yeah, for 7-1.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there it is.
Got it.
Okay, I've got two of them up because I keep flipping. All right, so this proposal kind of looks a little bit different, and it's because it's a package proposal, and we're not trying to go through and create language changes. This document would be 30 pages long if we did that. So we're just condensing and trying to say, hey, here's our base proposal of what we're trying to do, and incorporate a package of accepting proposals from the city, and then either dropping or saying we would like this to be part of the package of our proposal. So if you start at the very top, it's got the union negotiation package proposal. The intent is a shared investment in Boise Fire's future. So our negotiation philosophy, specifically and intent, was really based off of trying to focus on property taxes instead of looking at the total budget, because we know that that is the general concept of allocation of funds for personnel costs. So we tried to live within that. We at other times have worked outside of that methodology and said we believe that more money needs to come into that bucket in general, and that there's other ways to get it. So the way we walked through this is we looked at some historical averages of where we were with property tax increases and percentages of property tax increases that came down to the fire department budget. And then we also looked at, in going through the 2026 and 2027 City of Boise budget proposals and workshops, that generally the city was looking at like a 3.6% forecast for property tax growth, which we feel we totally understand where that comes from. And so what we did is we took, okay, here's the methodology of the kind of where the city feels comfortable in projecting of 3.6. And then we looked at the average and said, what is our actual average? And our actual average was a higher number than that. So we kind of came to this like median average, if you will, of what we thought was a good stewardship of money to be able to apply to forecasted dollars. Then once we had that number based on the percentage, what we did is we took that 94% of that budget would then be applied to bargaining unit wages and benefits. So that was our process for how we kind of developed and worked through our initial proposals. So right below that, you'll see our just base wage proposals. And those base wage proposals go 27 through 30. So our initial proposals, a 4-year term, with a 4.5% the first year, 4% years 2 and 3, and 3.5% in 2030. Below that, you'll see a table that is the strategic economic investments. And that what we have done is we have broken down our economic proposals that are part of this package, and we put the estimated costs in there. So as we're going through this, we had some big picture planning where we tried to look at costs, we tried to look at forecasted costs, and then we tried to apply those with what we thought was a reasonable forecasted property tax revenue base. So specialty team pay, this costing came back. The initial costing was roughly $690,000. That included the longevity. we recost it at the 5% base to $480,000. So that's the estimated cost to the city. The callback standby, we basically did the same thing where we looked at the total callback standby. We made the adjustment of instead of 3 and 6 hours back to just the base hours of 2 and 4, but at an overtime rate instead of a straight time. And that was $150,000 cost. The career development, I want to point out, and we put a little asterisk by it in order to just have kind of a little more in-depth presentation of our thought processes with career development. So the initial career development costs for our costing, which again was what we used in our proposal, so we're using the costing that the city had applied to our proposal, was $500,000, 1.5, 1.8. That was that bar graph that we had that Justin and Carissa provided us with. And at some point we came up with kind of that plateau of the cost of that program. Now, two things that we want to point out within that costing. That costing was really a worst case scenario. It was really a covering total liability potential for the city. And that was based on this movement and progression of every single person that has the ability to progress every single year. We don't think that that's reality. We live it and it's not reality. We don't know what the exact number is, however. So within that, we feel like that number probably is a bit lower than what was costed. But we understand the costing methodology and how we got there. Secondly, with career development, we really feel like this is a very strong, mutually beneficial program, that there is a lot of benefit to the city as well as a shared benefit, but trying to take a current benefit that we already have and try to move it into this proposal. Because we feel that this has such a strong mutual benefit to it, we also feel that the costing should be shared in some of that as well. So whatever that costing is, we don't feel like the burden of that costing should solely be put on the employees to burden that cost. So that was part of our conversation of where we landed on our base wages in combination with this. So you'll see the parental leave. In parentheses, we have it under review still in this proposal. It is part of the package, and we did cost it as part of this package at the $192,000, which is what you had presented last. That $192,000, really what it comes down to is our numbers were 11 firefighters, your numbers were 17 firefighters. So again, it was another one of those. The costing of it just turned out to be higher than our expectation of that costing was. And we understand, again, we're looking at a total liability for the city. So based on that last one is kind of our most influx adjustment of a proposal. So if we go just below that to the bold where it shows the primary economic proposals, we got the specialty team pay 5%. And then there's just a couple bullet points I want to point out. We have talked about these, I think, in depth. But our goal here was really a flat stipend has been unchanged for over 20 years. And we should have been addressing this over each contract, over each term. It gets lost in translation. It gets lost in the process. So we really feel like this is a strong point for us to make sure that we fix it in this contract and get some adjustment so that we get some parity of equal buying power of what we should have had in that specialty team process prior. There's definitely a higher call volume, higher training, more certifications, more equipment responsibilities. All of that has also increased. So now we're saying not only has that pay been positioned at an equivalent to a workload, the workload has gone up and the pay has theoretically gone down based on buying power. So we really feel like this is a huge priority for us to get done. The callback standby pay, we've talked about converting day crew callback compensation from straight time to overtime rates. Again, when we look at the availability of overtime and people's availability to take it, the day crew positions seem to be the one that the value doesn't meet the burden on that. And so most people would say, please take it away. It's not It's not something that makes sense to me. It's not something that I want to do. Yes, do I have to do it? Yeah, and we have to share the load. So we are doing it. And that's because that's what firefighters do. They step up, they do what they got to do. But we do feel like that slight adjustment in compensation is relative. The career development, I think I talked to quite a bit as we were going through that career development. We're shifting from an external step class model. And this is, again, just sharing some of the burden of this, is we have had more grievances and difficulty in managing this system than almost anything else in our department. So to be able to have a streamlined process, to be able to also have classes and education that is 100% relevant to not only our employees, but also to the community, we think is a mutually beneficial process for everybody involved here. So that was kind of part of that conversation of trying to figure out a way to share some of that cost in it, because it is mutually beneficial. And then the parental leave, we just have one quick little bullet point that just says we're still kind of evaluating what that looks like, just based on costing of it. And then we moved down to our additional union proposals. So everything above this was kind of costed union proposals. These theoretically are non-costed union proposals that are part of this package. So part of our goal was to streamline priorities and retain proposals with the greatest mutual value to employees and the city. So we'll go through that, and then we'll talk about the ones that we dropped out of this proposal. So the hazmat state deployment premium pay is part of this proposal. Really is just we're trying to capture the payment methodology that is passed through for state deployments. The wildland incident deployment compensation, same thing. We're trying to make an adjustment to that compensation. Again, this is a recouped cost model that we're using here. So a no cost to the city, we think is just beneficial for us moving forward. Proposal number 11, the sick leave HRA Viva. So this is the shifting our current 25 and or 50% payout to 100% payout. This is part of the proposal. One of the things I think we have talked about quite a bit is the cost savings that we think apply. We understand 100% the city's apprehension, and there is a risk. And we understand there's a risk. We don't see it as a risk. We see it as an absolute, as a definitive change, a definitive benefit to the city. So we have put that in as part of the proposal. And we put in, I highlighted it in yellow just to kind of look at it there, but we think that there's potential for, on average, a $500,000 savings to the city by making the adjustment here. And I know it's difficult to capture all of the savings, but really when we talk about retirement, there's the two main factors in retirement: that somebody retires on time. There's a productivity when you take somebody that's been at the department for 25 or 30 years, and as you age and you're beat up, your productivity level is lower than somebody that's younger and has just come into their career and is extremely driven to move through. There is a longevity component of that is a savings. And as soon as we can get those people to retire, the sooner they retire, and we're not asking them to leave early, but the sooner they retire on time, the sooner that obligation or that liability of the higher end of longevity pay goes away and then gets replaced by the low end of a new firefighter coming in. So it's a big part of it. The other part that we talk about in that retirement really is the individuals that are staying on to work through whatever type of injuries that they have at the end of their career. And when they stay here and they work through that process and they use that sick leave, it gets paid out at a higher rate than our proposal would actually have the city pay out. So we know there's some nuance to it, but we definitely feel very strongly that this is a benefit to the city that we want to put in there. And because it's a benefit to the city, we wanted to be able to use some form of that calculation in our total compensation package and ask. Number 14 is non-monetary binding fact finding. We've talked about binding fact finding a couple of times, kind of throughout the whole process. And again, our goal with binding fact finding is to make this process the process and make sure that everybody is coming to this process with the idea that we are going to figure it out at this table versus kick it off to somebody else. And just the idea that somebody else would make the final decision is the goal that we have of that's great. That and it puts ourself as the union at the same equivalent risk if we're being unreasonable at the table as it does to the city. So the risk is shared across the board on this proposal. We also do not want somebody else making a decision for us. But the reality that we have is we feel like we come to the table, and I'm not saying that the city doesn't, but we feel like we come to the table and we are being reasonable and thoughtful in what we're doing, and that we are okay with that risk being out there. And we think that risk being out there makes this more productive. And that is the final package for theoretically asks from the union. Now, included in this package would also be the union accepting proposals from the city. So right below that, it's page 6. We have city proposals supported by Local 149. Technical rescue, hazmat, dive staffing, which we've already kind of worked through that process. It would include vacation, election, and sell down notifications, being your proposal. It would include the VL bank cap notification as your proposal. It obviously has the wildland cleanup language, specialty team cleanup language, workers' comp, sick leave cleanup language. The HRA VIVA trust reference, that was the language that you want to remove out of the CLA and put into the healthcare trust agreement. So that is included. Your longevity pay article as written by you is included. Callback response language, that was for the chiefs, the battalion chiefs, separation pay timing, consecutive shifts, and just wanted to be clear, this was on the counter of our consecutive shifts. The medical response unit staffing language as presented by the city. The city's paramedic advanced EMT proposal as presented. Now, we do want to make sure we have a quick conversation here that we're already feeling a very strong push from the membership on this proposal. So we're gonna work through that, but this is a big lift for us to be able to get through that proposal. And I understand why, and I understand that the current paramedic process and the reliance argument that people have come into this department as paramedics, knowing or having knowledge of where they think their career ends up and what that looks like pay scale wise. So based on that, we're receiving a lot of pushback already. That doesn't mean that we're not willing to continue to work through it, that we're not willing to get there. This package is included as written from the city. And then also includes the interim promotional examination language. So theoretically, that's all of the city's proposals. The only one that we would like to pull out of the agreement is the physical fitness proposal. The physical fitness proposal, we want to say number one is we have the same shared principles in this proposal. We support firefighter wellness, physical fitness, long-term health. We believe we're coming at it from a good position. However, the feasibility of implementing this during this contract negotiation is significantly behind where we think we need to be. So we don't have doctors. We don't have what happens if we don't have any of those processes laid out, right? Which we think is critical to a program being implemented and it being a successful, valuable program. So based on that, and the questions remaining, we recommend establishing a collaborative labor management process outside of negotiations or post negotiations to develop what this program looks like and then be able to have it ready to present for next negotiation. So very supportive of what it looks like. We're getting to a point where in July now, we're getting to a point where we're trying to figure out what the end of this negotiation looks like. And we just don't feel like we're going to get there with that proposal. So that is all of the city's proposals that we would accept as part of this package. The union will remove the following proposals from consideration: the deferred comp Social Security replacement, the advanced EMT cert pay, the vacation block accrual changes, the union engine storage and maintenance, the 4-person staffing roadmap, the CPI base COLA, the bilingual, the mobile device, the tuition reimbursement, and the wellness gym membership reimbursement. So that's our initial proposal package. Now, what I'd like to do is we have one other document that I just kind of want to work through that talks, and it's a pretty short document, but it just talks a little bit about how we got to this spot. Quick here. So we have a couple things that we wanted to do.
Do you want to end that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, drop it in there. It'd probably be easier to follow along as I talk to him. There's no secrets in it. I'll wait just a moment. He's gonna drop it in the shared drive and share it.
It's in there.
So it's called the wage justification. So this document really was to help just kind of explain some of the reasonings that we were looking at, the methodology that we were looking at. So it shows just right at the top our proposed base wage increases. And then one of the things that I really wanted to point out was acknowledging our previous collective bargaining agreement. And that previous agreement had kind of some unprecedented economic pressures that were applied there. So we ended up with a year 1, 9%, year 2, 7%, year 3, 3.5%, year 4, 3.5%. And the reason why these are important is because we really had historic inflation during that time. Boise specifically had a housing market that was very difficult to manage. And, when we talk about cost of living, we talk about CPI, housing is not part of that equation. So when you really applied it during that last contract term, it was an economic factor that was very important for us to consider in those wage asks that we had. There was a lot of market pressure, and then just the base COLA that we had during those times was very high as well. And we want to acknowledge that we felt really good coming together with the city and tackling some of those processes that we had to work through during that time. So now, as we look at it, this proposed agreement focuses on sustainability. So really, we were making some adjustments for market. We were making some adjustments on comparables in that last contract. The goal behind this one was really to focus on sustainability of those measures that we were able to capture. So the intent is not to recreate those extraordinary increases, which is why our increase ask from the get-go is much lower than it was in years prior. And the goal here is to preserve Boise's competitive standing. So what's difficult is Boise is the largest city in the state of Idaho. We're the biggest department in the state of Idaho. It's really hard to kind of find comparables that we're looking at within the state of Idaho. And we want to be those things. We want to be the most competitive in the city. We want to make sure that we have the ability to recruit the best and the brightest. And that's what we do, is we recruit the best and the brightest. And that translates into the best service that we can provide to the citizens of Boise. So that's our goal behind this, is just trying to maintain some of that competitive standing. We have had some conversations with Meridian, which is probably our closest competitor, and they're in negotiations currently as well. And we're trying to kind of balance where we think they're going to land, where we think we should land as well, to maintain competitiveness within the valley specifically as well. And we think, again, it supports recruitment and retention, aligns compensation growth with the city's projected revenue growth. So again, our goal was really looking at what we feel like is a projected growth. We do know with the expansion of Micron that we are in a growth phase that's going to last for a little bit. We think the growth phase has a much higher potential, but we understand the city's kind of costing perspective of where they were with property taxes, and wanting to make sure that we don't overstate what we think property taxes are. We obviously come from a little bit different perspective, but we really tried to kind of match and get as close as we could to what we consider to be a very reasonable ask in wages. The wage schedule intentionally trends downward over the term of the agreement. This helps with moderating inflation expectations and cities' planning assumptions. We know the further we get out from today, the harder it is to manage that, which is why we have a little bit higher ask in the beginning of the contract, and then it trends downwards, because as we get further out, it is harder to project. And so we do that very specifically. And this helps with the need for long-term fiscal sustainability as well, by not having as high a potential to be upside down in a contract as you would if you had too high of wages in there. So the previous agreement helped Boise remain competitive. This agreement is about ensuring that we stay there. Failing to maintain competitive wage growth creates several risks: increased turnover, recruitment challenges. And we're already having some recruitment challenges. And, I don't want to sit here and try to say that recruitment challenges are focused on wages specifically. I think there's a lot of other factors that are coming into our recruitment challenges, and we're trying to address them as we can identify them clearly. But we think maintaining a good, strong, livable wage is absolute necessity in maintaining those recruitment opportunities. And then there's also, with not having the increased turnover, training costs and long-term replacement really help to stay lower. So that is our goal here. Balance allocation of available resources. The union deliberately chose not to devote all available property tax growth to base wages. So that's the easy answer for us. The easy answer is to go, here's how much money we think there is. Let's apply to all the base wages and forget about everything else. But we understand that there is a lot of value in trying to be creative in how we help the department to move forward. And so that was our goal here, was again to look at the career development. How does that work? To look at specialty team pay. How does that work? And to create programs that aren't just a straight base wage. If we did that, this negotiation would probably be a lot faster and just much easier conversation. But we believe the collaboration of using resources appropriately really demonstrates a good fiscal discipline that we have, that we know there's a shared goal in with the city. In conclusion, Local 149 recognizes that the previous agreement contained extraordinary wage adjustments that responded to extraordinary economic conditions. The current proposal reflects a different objective. We're not trying to catch up so much. We're trying to now maintain competitive positioning through moderate sustainable wage growth, while also investing in programs that strengthen the organization as a whole. Rather than maximizing every available dollar toward general wages, the unions intentionally balance compensation maintenance with investments in workforce development, specialty capabilities, and operational effectiveness. This approach reflects a shared commitment to long-term sustainability and responsible stewardship of public resources. So, we put together that initial package. We just wanted to talk about and identify some of the factors that had applied during the last contract and kind of get some focus on where we were and how we got there for the package as a total.
I very much appreciate the intent and how you got there. That's helpful.
And again, at this point, we kind of assume there's a lot of digestion and need to occur in discussions with the team. So we're open to any considerations for what the rest of the day looks like if there is if the city has anything else that they want to bring across, or if it's enough to digest that we just call it a day today and then reconvene. I assume there's going to be a lot of number crunching and looking.
Definitely a lot to digest.
I have a couple questions. Let's see. Look, I'll skip numbers for now. And just, I think I understand your special team proposal. Certainly understand the callback proposal. I think we're pretty close to in line with the career development. Maybe a few tweaks on language,
Sure.
but their parental leave, I think, is pretty good. Questions down on your hazmat state deployment. When you say that one, that's that last one that we looked at.
Yeah, and we're so the hazmat pay we were good on. Yep.
I think we were good
Yeah.
there. So that, like I said, I just wanted to make sure on that.
I didn't want to feel like it was disingenuous to not put that in as something that was part of this package because we'd already TA'd. So there's TAs on both sides that are here.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking is because it was called out differently than kind of like that city
Sure.
accept with a check mark.
Yeah.
And then deployment one, wildland. I think we talked about it. You guys are good with that last counter with what we came up with, or I guess it was a counter. It was a counter to yours. Our counter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. I think the sick leave one. Yeah, I think that's good. The only question from a number standpoint that I guess I just want to make sure I understand is, I think I understand your basic methodology that you were looking at a 3.6% growth, but then you said, hey, we kind of combined it with an adjusted average. So what was your anticipation for like the 4 years of the contract with city growth or dollar amounts or budget? Because I mean, like we had the whole thing together. And then the other thing that is just an observation is we've got year one numbers, but now that they're percentages, all those are compounding over the 4 years, right? So the $480,000 special team pay year one,
$490,000
or whatever, right? Because now you're going up.
Yeah, you should have seen my board chief. I would do $480,000, 2027, 480 plus, 2028 was 480 plus.
Right.
And then I had
That's
plus,
what I mean.
plus.
So it's, I mean, I feel like career development, we took kind of accounted for that.
So
Younger and different, but
yeah, so as we went through to answer kind of question number one, we looked at the 3.6% methodology that city is using. We went back through 2024 and kind of looked at the growth that we think we were currently in that we think is going to maintain, and we averaged that number and then came out with a number that kind of met in the middle there of, we're not taking 100% of this. We're gonna come out right here at this number. And I wanna say we were at 4.5 or 4.
Okay, cool.
Roughly.
That's kind of what, yeah, ish.
Yeah.
That's
And again, we're not saying that we think there's gonna be a 10% growth. We were really, there's potential that those things could happen, but we're really trying to say, we understand kind of the conservative nature of looking at the future and trying to come up with something that we felt was reasonable in that process. Then the second question that you had, as we went through that and we calculated out what the increase in property taxes were, those increases also, because they're based on a compounding factor, they help to cover the increase in a compounding factor that goes through in the $480,000. Because we're not asking for $480,000 plus a new base. We're just saying it's $480,000, and then there's an increase in a compounding cost, but the increase in compounding cost for the base of the budget going forward covered that difference. So as we moved it and projected it forward, it was equivalent.
That's fair.
Okay.
Like Stacy.
That was all my initial
Yeah,
thought.
probably questions, right? Yeah.
So if we may, we have some obviously digesting and caucusing to do. Could we check back in and say like an hour to finalize plan for the day?
Yes.
Because I am very conscious that it is July, and so if there is something that we would be able to come back to the table with,
Yeah.
respond to, like, keep moving, keep talking.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to waste, not waste, but cut loose the rest of the day.
Right.
But I would think within an hour or so, we would have a good sense of our readiness and ability.
Yeah.
So check back in at like 11.
Yeah.
That works?
Yes, that's great.
Okay.
It is.
If we can keep moving,
Right.
we may
I
not,
mean, we could be done today.
we might be.
I
We could be done is
Yeah.
playing while the
Well,
fireworks go off and
Yeah, we're not concerned about, glass coming out of buildings or anything.
not in person.
Do we have another speaker?
That's sorry.
Oh.
Be good for a second.
There it is.
Yeah, that was off.
All right.
Okay, we're good.
All right, next. Yep.
Oh,
Now the next.
Maybe we'll just print copies for you.
yeah.
We can print, we can print.
Old school.
I could bring.
This was another.
Cam's got me 100% on computers. I can't go back.
Still got the old scratch pad on.
Yeah.
Broke them of the, call it little pixel.
Yeah, the flip chart.
Flip chart.
Yeah. Flip chart.
Did that.
Academy.
Yeah, flip chart.
Is that
Everywhere. I just thought about that today.
Like that one anyway.
This one.
Oh, we'll try it.
Yeah.
Where is he?
All right.
PC fraud. Reboot.
And of course, by 2:30, we meant 2:45.
I was like, Justin's asking. I'm like, oh wait, he's right.
Just making sure.
Oh, friends. Okay, we are
They
back.
can't see the screen.
They can't see the screen.
Are you kidding?
Wait, what screen?
That one.
Sharing a window.
People in TV land can't see it.
People on TV.
No, they-
Oh, now they can.
Oh.
Okay. We have sound. We have video. It is 2026 and we are ready to do this. Okay.
That was daunting. Could be.
After this, I promise we can go home. What kind of a monster brings people back in the afternoon and then can't even get it to work? Okay. So we thank you very much for this morning. We're excited to be to this point in the negotiation where we have had all sorts of great ideas out. We've started to kind of narrow down the list, prioritize, and we are now to our first package. So we wanted to set the stage for what you will see as our counter, not until tomorrow. We don't need to stay here all night and all day fighting with the computer. But really what we wanted to do is set the stage and prepare, give ourselves a little more time to prepare a thoughtful response. But really wanted to take the opportunity to talk through kind of the framing and the framework, because I know that's been important to us as a team throughout this process, is really leading with intent, really understanding kind of where we're coming from. And so that is our goal for the next handful of minutes. We did bring Justin in with us because we've got some financial pieces that we want to talk about. And I was not confident in doing that without my human safety blanket that is Justin. So
Great work, Justin.
he does really good work. He does really good work. And some of what we're going to talk through is a little bit nuanced, and I don't doubt we'll want to have some discussion about that. So I'm not sure now who may I, oh yeah, go ahead. Yes, thank you. Okay. So a little bit back to the beginning, we wanted to come back and really talk about the city's financial forecast and what we're looking at for long-term growth. You all did a really nice job talking about your assumptions, how you got there on some of your numbers with property tax. So we wanted to, in fairness, kind of respond and share how we're thinking about this. So I think we did talk about the the high level, some of these points when we did our education, I think it was the second day way back a month ago. But really what we want to start to do, you all in your opening proposal proposed a 4-year contract. For ease, we're just doing a 5-year general fund forecast because we tend to look at them in like 5 or 10-year views. And as we have talked about all along, our long-term forecast, whether it be a 5-year or a 10-year, really has limited new funding. And again, that goes back, as we talked about, some of the caps that have been put on us by the legislature, things like House Bill 389, which cap our property growth and the amount of new construction growth that we were allowed to capture. And so when we look at it, what we tend to do is look at a 5-year forecast, but then like, okay, so then in any given fiscal year, kind of what is available in terms of new funding. And when we look at our projected revenue growth over the next 5 years, really in any one given fiscal year, we don't see more than like 3 to 8 million available in new funding in any given year. And as a reference on our total budget, that's really approximately 1% of the general fund total. So we are operating, the graph that we're showing there, the blue line is revenue, the gray line is expenses. And over the next 5 years, in any given year, we really only have about 1% of wiggle room on that, give or take $360 million budget. You wouldn't mind going to the next slide, please. So what we tried to do over our caucus was put some numbers to your opening package. And I want to caveat this up front. This is not the super sophisticated Questica modeling that we've been doing up to this point. It's a combination of some of the Questica modeling we did on the economic proposals. But then you really had to do some back of the envelope, back of the napkin calculations on how that base wage plays in. So methodology, what we did, we took the price of the economic proposals, and those are what we have shared throughout our discussions over the past month. Those do not include any base wage assumptions, right? That was assuming like if we just took today where we are right now and looked at those economic packages in isolation, that's what this would look like. We then took the base wage request and looked at it based on today's growth. What we haven't done is brought them together because that's where the sophisticated modeling comes in. So what we are going to show you, we know is significantly and materially understated because it doesn't account for that compounding, right? So it doesn't take the base wage proposal and then layer on the other economic proposals. So again, back of the napkin calculations and not as precise as we will be going forward given just time constraints. So Justin, and this is where, Justin, please feel free to chime in. I'll let you do this slide.
Yeah, happy to. So what we tried to do within the package was walk through each of the proposals and the dollars that we have aligned on so far. So as you see on the top, maybe 4 or 5 lined between career development, AEMT, specialty team pay, on-call callback, rental leave, longevity modification, and vacation sell down date. Those numbers should all look very familiar to you. Again, as Christine caveated though, we know when we increase wages by 4.5%, there's going to be a cascading cost increase to the career development, to AMT, everything, right? So as Christine mentioned, the numbers up above are going to change. We just didn't have the system to do that so quickly. So then back of the envelope, this is where let's walk through our estimates on wage growth and feel free to ask questions on assumptions. So at a high level, and I think we signaled this to you before, 1% is roughly 500,000, right? So in year one, all we're doing is we're taking that 500,000, multiplying it by 4.5, right? To get to 4.5% growth rate, okay? And then in year two, we're taking that amount and then we're growing it by 4% because in year two, your base wage proposals are growing by 4%, right? In year three, we're growing that again by 4%. Year four, we're growing it by 3.5%. So by year four, that 2.2 represents about $2.5 million worth of costs. If we go down to the next level, we take again that 500,000 multiplied by 4 this time, but we're growing it by 4% for the 4% wage growth. Then again, so on and so forth through each of the years. And so you can see this kind of outlines, I think, pretty well how the costs stagger, right, through the term of the proposal. And but in year one, we're looking at roughly $3.5 million worth of costs. By year four, that at a conservative or an understated level is about 11.6, because again, we have not wrapped in any of the base wage growth into the above 5 or 6 proposals.
All right. So, bringing these concepts together, if the city as a whole only has somewhere between $3 and $8 million in new funding in investments each year, and this is what the cost of the opening package is, there are some implications for how we're running the city. So, in this year's budget build and the FY27 build, at mayor and council's direction, we've prepared a budget that is really what we're calling run the business. It protects our long-term financial health. So we must prepare a balanced budget and have a balanced forecast. So it does that. And we also, in how we have done our forecasting and in the FY27 budget, we really are projecting and making sure that we have costs and revenues available to sustain our current programs and services that residents expect. And that is not only the priority that is public safety, because public safety is the core and very, very high priority for this awesome community, but it's all the other things we do, right? It's the great parks, it's the libraries, it's all of the back of house services that allow us to run our operations. So if we were to just say yes and TA this and be done today, that would basically mean that we would be investing all new available city funding just into fire staffing. And I think that puts us at odds with some shared goals that we have. So it would not allow us to expand fire services. So if we have new stations that we need to open because of community growth, you all referenced Micron, like we're definitely going to be needing to do some things there. It really would hamper our ability to implement 4-person staffing, which we all have articulated is a shared goal. And then other just kind of operational things, it really would impact our ability to invest in major repairs and maintenance of our existing facilities, equipment, life cycle replacements that we know are critical to running the department and the city as a whole. And again, just to underscore it, if we invested all of that money just into this fire contract, it would not allow us to fund any growth or expansion in any other city programs, services, new staff, or wages and benefits for the majority of our employees. So, we wanted to touch back on some of specifically related to the wages, the recruitment, the retaining. We are really, really proud of where we are. You all referenced the last negotiation and the last contract that we did and the significant investment that we made in making sure that we were maintaining competitiveness. So just wanted to recap a couple of things that we shared earlier. Our total rewards philosophy at the city, and when I say total rewards, we mean total compensation and benefits. We really think we owe it to our residents to be market competitive because we do want to recruit and retain really fabulous employees. However, we recognize that being in the public sector, we are not going to necessarily be market leading, right? When we look at where our contract employees sit today, we're well ahead of market in total compensation. So when we are looking at the rest of the Treasure Valley, even looking into the Pacific Northwest, we really are very, very market competitive. So we feel like where we are today establishes that, and we're in good shape. And as we talked about earlier, we actually are market bench setters on the benefits side. So when we looked at our benefits and as we were negotiating the healthcare trust, which is a significant portion of benefits, we really are kind of like the outliers in terms of offering some of the best benefits out there. You all mentioned recruitment and retention stats. We functionally do not see our retaining employees as a problem. We are basically at functional zero. So the only folks leaving the fire department are those that are retiring. And that is an awesome thing. That is a great, great thing. When you look at that, we're like single digits for folks that are going elsewhere. And that to us means we are very competitive and folks get here, they want to stay here. And in terms of recruiting, we continue to see hundreds of applicants for a handful of jobs. And in fact, our time to hire has reduced over the years. So we feel like we remain in a very competitive and very strong place in terms of recruiting and retaining. And finally, on the base wage, as we talked about being market competitive, when we look at where the market has gone, the opening proposal for base wage really outpaces what we're seeing in terms of market. And
Market movement.
Stacey, please feel free to elaborate on any of.
No, it's pretty simple as you look at what the national averages are and what we're seeing in terms of overall market movement. Looking at the proposals, it's just the market movement right now doesn't support 4.5, 4.5. It doesn't support those kind of numbers. No matter where you're at, we're just not seeing it to that level. That isn't to say we don't want to remain competitive. We don't want to continue to keep pace with where the great work you've done within the last CLA to get where you are. We don't want to lose any ground, but right now we're not seeing market data that actually supports that need.
So we wanted to set that context today, so that as we bring a counter proposal back, it was not like a shock and awe and y'all were like, where in the heck did you come up with that? So our goal of sharing that information was really kind of got your proposal, acknowledge it, hear it, wanted to make sure that some of the themes that we had talked about earlier carry forward. And we would, I think with a couple more hours of work, be prepared to return tomorrow with a counter package as well. If you all would be amenable to mid-morning start and 30-ish.
Yeah, I think that would be fine for us to kind of work through a mid-morning. And then most likely for the sake of managing time, I would assume that would be a presentation period, have lunch, but I think that we would then be in the same,
Of course.
hours of caucusing and running numbers and trying to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that would make sense for us.
Okay.
To be able to jump in at a 10-ish o'clock, whatever that looks like.
Okay. Great. All right. So a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll see you back, but not super early.
All right. 10 a.m. tomorrow it is.
10 a.m.
Good.
10 a.m.
All right.
Coffee will be hot, snacks will be ready.
All right.
We'll be working.
What's that?
Zoom will be working.
Zoom. We're not gonna